Good afternoon, everybody. Are you happy for me? Yeah. Welcome this afternoon to the wedding in-camera category of the the Nikon Iris Awards. This category is sponsored by Memento Pro. Thank you to those sponsors, and welcome to those on the live stream and everyone here in sunny, finally, Nelson. Nice to see some sunshine today. I will take you quickly through the basis of the category while we do some judge shuffling. Do you want to pick a starting panel for me, Steve? So the wedding in-camera category is for non-composite entries, photographs that portray aspects of a genuine wedding. Entries must have been photographed at the client's actual wedding. The wedding in-camera category is intended to recognise and reward technical excellence in photographing and presenting a creative and authentic representation without the use of compositing techniques. This is long, by the way. Entries may be photojournalistic, candid, posed, directed or staged, reflecting moments, emotions, storytelling and communication. There is an emphasis on creativity, the mastery of craft and in-camera photographic techniques with attention to detail. Entries must have been commissioned. Entries must have been photographed on the day of the client's wedding. That's the third time we've said that. To accommodate varying cultures, this includes weddings that run over multiple days. Hen and stag parties and trash the dress, etc. entries will need to be entered in the wedding open category. An entry may be presented as a series, such as diptychs, triptychs, etc. There must be no attempt to misrepresent reality by disguising elements or manipulating the context, or meaning through any permitted post-production editing. Any photographer must have the permission of the main wedding photographer to enter any photographs, except where specified as permitted above. Entries must comply with all rules, entry terms and conditions, blah, 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 blah. And there's a big list of permitted techniques, which I will talk about later. So that's long enough. So may I invite to the panel, probably not me. Oh, we can look at them first. Yeah, I suppose we can look at them first. Should we do the run-through? If everybody's... Is everybody ready?
Exclusions.
Yeah, if you can note down your exclusions. You know the rule, you know the drill by now. Here we go. No, we don't. Well, we did. So have we got... Oh, 5, 9, yeah, great. Sorry, should have put mine in there. Okay, we've got. Thank you very much. Any others? Some more. Thank you. All right, judges' exclusions are being squirreled away into the system as we speak. In the meantime, I would like to invite an initial panel of 2 Tonys, 2 Catherines and 1 Joe.
Now what do I do? Stuff it up already.
Judges, I'd just like to introduce you to Adele from UCOL on the far side there. She is going to be available to help you with not quite anything you need. She's probably got her limits, but if you ask really nicely, she might run to KFC, but she'll definitely get you a glass of water or a snack. And if you have any other requirements, let us know. We'll see what we can do. For the sake of clarity, how are we going to manage? Oh, we'll just work it out. Give me a good eyeball so I know which Catherine or which Tony I'm talking to.
Do you want to rename us?
I think that's going to get more confusing. We'll see how it goes. If we need to institute some kind of system, we will. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so everyone's found their tab and their row won't be showing yet. I will begin the judging session and you guys should all see your row pop up. Success. Can we have the first print, please? Thank you, print handlers. Thank you, judges. Print has an initial score of 78. Catherine, you would love to challenge that. Go on.
Yep, Catherine Katanak for those online. Yes, so I gave this 83 silver. This is just so Kiwi, isn't it? You just really know where these people are from. There's a beautiful energy here in the stance of the couple. What I'm loving is that the photographer has taken the aerial view, but they've given us the depth, so rather than looking directly down, we've sort of got that kind of effect, but we've got the depth for them to run. There's a clear path for them to run out to the sea there. It's beautifully printed, great energy and control, I think, quite harsh lighting conditions, a rich colour palette. I'd like to see this celebrated.
Thanks, Catherine. I'm going to come to Tony Carter, if I can.
Yeah, I'm on 74. I'll come up into bronze, but I see it as being a landscape on a very bright day, and it doesn't really feel that much like a wedding to me. It sort of feels like just all the elements are quite equal, and there's no weight either way for a wedding shot.
Catherine Williams.
I scored this 82. I'm in full support of everything that Catherine C. has said. I just would like to add the couple themselves, they're just so lively. They're really tiny in the frame, and then you get in there and they've got the little flick of the heels, and her dress is flowing. There's a lot of energy in there that you can see really clearly, and it's very, very detailed.
Back to you, Catherine C.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine. Exactly. They are small, but it's not necessarily equal. It's wedding. It's actually the photographer's managed to capture the joy of this couple, even though they're tiny in that landscape. It's really quite an achievement.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore this image. Initial score of 78. Catherine looking for silver. We have an 81, silver. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Print score is a 75. That is a bronze award. Can I have a comment for the benefit of the photographer from Tony Stewart, perhaps?
I think it's a lovely moment, a candid capture, which is lovely in scene, but the girl on the right sadly isn't sharp.
Thank you, Tony. And can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Print score is 75. That is a bronze award. Can I please have a bit of constructive feedback? Tony? Tony Carter?
Yeah, I think you've got some great elements here for an image, but I suppose it's figuring out what you want to say in the image, and I think the power is what's in between the couple, which is quite delightful, but you have to work around it before you see it.
Thanks, Tony. Can we please have the next print? Okay, the print scores an initial 76. Catherine C, with a C, is going to challenge that.
So I've given this print 82. I think the photographer has created something really rather beautiful for this bride. I'm saying they've created it because I assume that the house isn't on fire and they've brought in a smoke bomb or something to create the atmosphere here with the light coming through it. It's really quite ethereal. I think the bride looks very graceful, the front bridesmaids are elegant, the backlighting picking them out. I didn't go higher because I do feel that bright highlight above the heads of the two bridesmaids at the back is slightly eating into their heads. But the colour palette is gorgeous, and I feel this is elevated. The photographer has elevated this from just a found scene and made something lovely.
So one of the Tonys want to talk about the lower end of the range.
Yeah, I'm on 72, which is professional standard, and that's just what I see, really. I mean, that blown out highlights in the background are just drawing your eye, and there's so many elements to look at. I think the beauty is in with the girls, but yeah, it's just sort of lost in those other elements. But it looks like I'm being a little bit stingy, so it will come up a little bit.
Joe, you're right on the... oh, sorry, Catherine. Joe, I haven't heard from Joe yet. We might go over there if
yep.
that's all right.
I also appreciate the ethereal beauty of this photo. I'm not sure if the haze or the smoke bomb is adding. I feel like there might have been a more interesting composition within this frame. I feel like the loss of detail in the bridesmaid's head at the back is actually quite distracting, but I'm absolutely loving the bride and her bridesmaids in front. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with where I'm sitting at 77, but I'm listening. If you can convince me, I'll come up.
Do you have something quick, Catherine Williams, before we go back? Oh, cool. Back to Catherine C.
So I guess it's just a matter of degree and how much we want to take off for those different things, and we don't seem to be on the same page about how much they matter. Might be a bit of a push, but yeah, I'm still happy with my 82. Yeah, well done to the photographer.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore this photograph. And we have 78, a strong bronze. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Print scores 80. That is a silver award. Pretty consistent, so I'll ask for a comment for the photographer, Catherine C.
So I gave this 83. It's a very cool graphic made by the shapes of the vegetation and those two balanced bright areas at the top there. I guess I would have liked to see a little more space for the couple in their circle. There's been a lot of planning put into creating this image, and just the groom's head's a little bit bent over. They look a bit constricted in there.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, thank you, judges. Print scores 73. That is a bronze. No, it's not. It's a professional standard. Oh, my apologies. There is an opportunity to take it to bronze if someone's interested. No one's going to have a go. Okay, we'll leave that at 73. Sorry for my stuff up there. Can we have a comment for the benefit of the author? K-Dub.
It just feels like the beginning of a concept not fully realised yet. The subject on the right hand side looking down, the sort of no connection, and then the rock is quite overpowering and dominant in the middle.
Thank you very much. Can we please have the next print? Thank you, judges. Print scores 78. Catherine Williams.
Yeah, I scored this 84. The balance with the island at the back just peeking out so that we've just got the horizon line on top, so it's not intermingling with the background that we're seeing there, is really lovely. The handling of the sky is drawing us in. The sort of delicate darkening in the foreground's all drawing us in, and then when you get to the couple, they just don't disappoint. Just there's so much detail in there. There's a huge amount of connection. They're both smiling. Beautiful mid-step gives a real air of authenticity, and yeah, it's just lovely to look at.
Thanks, Catherine. I would like to hear from someone in that bronze range. Tony Stewart.
76 from me. The word balance that Catherine brought up was the reason why I gave it a bronze and not higher is that I found I was dropping my eye from the right to the left and looking into the mountain and the batches and the township and behind, and I feel I was being left behind with the couple. That was the reason I didn't go higher with that. Yet I think the print itself has been well handled, and the printing has been excellent.
So, Joe, did you give me a look? Yeah, good. Everyone's happy. We'll come back to Catherine for a right of reply.
Yeah, without just repeating myself again, just beautiful connection in there with a beautiful scene and beautiful printing and palette.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore this photograph and we'll see where we get to. And 80, silver.
You did it.
Well done. All right, can we have the next print, please? Okay, print scores 79 for initial score. Catherine C, please.
Yeah, we
Give it a
need
go.
to get this one over the line. This is a beautiful image with warmth and a lot of love. I'm really believing the authenticity of this moment. I love the way they're surrounded by the softness. It's quite a little work of art. I think they could have done with a little bit more headroom compositionally. They're a little bit tight in there, but everything else is working for me, and I feel this is beautifully printed and deserves the silver.
To the other Catherine at the other end.
Yeah, I scored the 73. I actually felt the printing was quite murky, quite muddy in there. The cropping at the right at the top of the head like that was really tight, and it sort of mirrored through top and bottom, which just almost divides the frame into two.
Thank you, Catherine. Is someone close to the average, or perhaps Joe?
Sure. I also really love the energy between the couple. I find the posing of her hands and the bouquet to be quite clunky, and I would have liked a bit more room at the top as well, and I feel like there's not quite enough light on the faces, which would have been quite easily fixed. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with my 78, but have you got anything to add? I'll think about coming up.
All right, Catherine, do you want to
Just
wrap it up?
feel we're taking, it's just getting a little picky. I think the light on their faces is lovely, and I don't find the hands clunky. I don't find them distracting. There's a beautiful connection there. There's a lovely falling away of the depth of field. The only really convincing thing I'm hearing is that tightness on the top of the head, but I'm only asking for a low silver, so come on, guys.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore the print with that initial score of 79. We'll see if it gets the bump it needs. And we have an 80 silver award. Can we have a blank screen, please? I'm going to do my first judge change. Thank you very much. Who did we say? Tony Carter and Catherine Williams. Wonderful judging as usual. And I would like to invite Mel Waite and Johan van Kaan to the panel. That totally avoids our name duplication issue for the next little while. All right, everybody's ready. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 79. I'd love to hear from Mel.
Okay, we're super close. I scored this 83. It's well handled, incredibly well balanced. It's a lovely story of a couple, as couples often do these days, get married after they've had children. They've snuck away, for some time together, but also to give their child some food. He's come with her. It also talks about the lack of space available often for feeding mums at weddings, and that they do have to grab any spot they can, and even on their own wedding day. You've got the party going on up top. It's balanced in lovely thirds. All the perspectives are correct, and it's a beautiful black and white conversion. There's also lovely engagement when you go in deep and see the couple, and I think it's well deserving of a silver award.
Our other first judge, JVK, do you want to talk about the other side of the coin?
Yep. I really wanted to love this image, but I felt that the photographer made a classic photographic error in placing the couple against the grid. It runs right through their heads. They obviously had an opportunity to put them between the grids where they would have been clear. So I feel the photographer has made a poor choice. And because we're judging the craft and skill of photographers, I wouldn't put this into an award-winning category, I'm sorry.
What did you score?
I gave it 73.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Johan. Someone in that average... Oh, yeah. You do have some support from Joe.
I saw this, I gave this an 82. I saw this as they've taken off to have their wedding photos, but they can't because the baby needs a feed. And to me, it feels like they've just paused for a moment to feed the baby. It doesn't feel like this was necessarily the shot they were posing for. But I also love the fact that what I take to be their older child is being looked after by someone else upstairs, and she's looking out the window going, where's mum and dad? And I just feel like it's such a reflection of modern life and modern weddings that there's so little actual time for these people to even have their day, but they're surrounded by all these people that they love. As a piece of storytelling, I think it's excellent. I agree with you. I would have liked them not to been against the grid, but I can't take 20 points off for that. So I think it's well deserving of a silver.
Thank you. Back to you, Mel, to wrap up.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I also feel that this is a documentary image, and I wouldn't have wanted to interfere with that. It's also why it's a silver and not higher for me. And yeah, we're not that far away.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore the image. Presently on 79. Mel's looking for silver and she's not alone. Let's see what we can do. We have an 80, silver. Thank you very much, judges. Can we have the next print, please? Someone mind asking the other judging room to tone it down a little? Thank you, judges. Wow. Prince goes initial 78, and Johan, your arm was up like a shot.
I gave this an 88. I really enjoy the bigger picture part of this. The responsibility we sometimes as photographers give to the bridal party and how seriously they take that. The woman holding onto the light for dear life is outstanding. The photographer's involved with the couple and possibly oblivious to this. The person who's observed this, the other photographer, has captured what's going on, what's happening, and this thing that's going on, that's happening in the background with this woman bracing that light stand. As a photographer who's lost the light stand to the ground, I'd be happy to have a person with that sort of commitment. The tonality is outstanding. I've given an 88, a measly little 78. For me, doesn't sit very well, but you guys do what you do.
Mel's itching to tell us the other end of things.
We're at opposite ends again, Johan. I scored it a 73, professional standard. For me, I get the story and I understand that the photographer's chosen to take a risk by showing this story, but I don't think it's well managed. The photographer is being cut off. The the horizon is not straight. The paper choice is a bad choice of paper for this particular image. You're losing the couple, they're murky and confused and get lost in the tonal range of the background. There's also some aberration and stepping happening up in the top right-hand corner, which is also, other than the lightest part of the image, and I find my eye is drawn up to that and I see that issue. I see what you're saying, but for me, this is not an award image.
I think we better come to someone who was in that bronze range. Catherine, is that you?
That's me. I gave this a 78, which is a really solid bronze. I appreciate the dedication of that bridesmaid, as you say, Johan, hanging on for dear life. She's awesome. What stopped me going to silver was just that tight proximity of the photographer. She's right on the edge of the frame there. I don't really understand that. It's she really, really needs more space. She's an integral part of this picture, and she's just really crammed in there. I'm not feeling that the couple are being lost against that tonal background, and I'm not as concerned about issues up in the sky. So happy with a solid bronze, but just need to talk to me a bit more about that composition to come up to silver.
Great, thank you. Back to you, Johan.
I'm going to talk about a compositional term called anti-balance, which I just made up. I love the tension created by the photographer on the corner of the page. It gives them significance but not importance. The couple don't need to be detailed because it's not a photograph of the couple. They're just information to say why the person's hanging on to the light. So I feel that those elements are part of the humour or the story that comes with it. I'm not seeing the breaking up that you are, and I feel the paper choice is good because had it been any more contrasty in some way, then the sun would have just destroyed this image. But the balance that's created with the sunlight coming through on this paper is just right. And then you've got the bridesmaid hanging on, and the carelessness of the photographer leaving a camera on the ground. Naughty, naughty. But you've got the strength there, and I think it's handled particularly well. I've given an 88. As I said, you do what you feel.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. The initial score being 78. Some impassioned talk. Got it to a 79, so we will review this. Just a reminder, a score of 79 requires judges to enter either the 79 or 80. Is it a silver? Is it a bronze? And it were. Someone's score just disappeared. This was something yesterday.
Me out.
Yeah, you might have to do it a couple of times sometimes.
Done. Oh,
Yeah,
it's just the computer. I've done it a couple of times, but I'll keep going.
yeah, sometimes it's, yeah.
So like you really meant it.
Sure.
We can accept the score
Yeah.
regardless.
I think I prefer those keys.
Yeah, no, it's...
That's cool.
You got it? You happy?
Um,
Now it's
I'm happy.
really high.
We'll accept the score of 79. That is a bronze. And we will make sure we did get a final score. Good. Okay. Can we please have the next print? Bronze award, yes, thank you. Sorry, all that confusion, and I didn't remember to announce that. Thank you, judges. We have a 75 bronze award. Can I have a comment, please? Johann's eyebrowing me.
Beautiful, lovely, sensitive image, lovely soft background. The highlight on the man's temple is strikingly disturbing. Yeah.
Thank you, Johann. Keep talking into those microphones so the people at home can hear as well. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, a range of scores. We have an initial score of 80. Tony Stewart, would you like to take that challenge?
Look, I've gone 88, and I think it's important to get excited about what's happened here. We've got a photographer who's put a lot of thought into how can they do something that's of visual interest, pull it off technically, and still have a story and not muck things up. So this double exposure in camera has been very deliberate, and I think it's not something that's accidental, and I think we need to reward the photographer for actually having the technique, the forethought and the planning to pull this off. I read this shot here as a first look where you've got a child, and I'm guessing the mum, seeing, I'm reading Dad for the first time, and it's the story progressing left to right of this boy tapping on the back of Dad to see Mum. Now, whether that's the truth or not, I don't know, but that's how I'm reading it, and I think there's a bit of power there, and I think it's worth rewarding the technical and the storytelling element. Silver distinction.
Thanks, Tony. Catherine, down in the lower range.
So I gave this 73 because I'm really quite confused by it, and I'm not overly enlightened after your comments, Tony. You talk about the storytelling, but I don't really understand yet what is happening with that double exposure or triple exposure in the left-hand frame, how that's adding to the story, what that means. I'm noticing a slight cooling when you get to the second image, and I'm questioning the presentation with that very large gap between them. I'm not quite sure. It sort of makes them feel very separate to me. I get the first look and the tapping, and it's kind of cute, but I need somebody to help me out with the narrative a bit more with that exposure on the left.
Thanks, Catherine. Everyone's making eyes at me. Johann, have you got something to add to Catherine's before we go to Mel?
Right. I feel the stronger image is the second one. That one I'm really feeling the story. The first image is, well, it's too confusing and it's too different from the second one to actually bring the whole thing together as a whole. If there had been a similar element through, it would be much better.
Mel.
For me, the narrative of the first image is Dad, the groom, is waiting, and he's shuffling around, and he's moving, and they're running late because brides never run on time, at least not in my experience. And so the triple exposure shows the shift of time and the weight and the softness of the boy and the bride, the mum. It shows that they're not quite there yet, so that there has been a large passage of time and less than ideal day, and then they're here, they're really there, and they're grounded in that image. I think the photographer needs to be rewarded for the risk take of doing two different techniques in a diptych, and also the decisions of having the split between the two of them. It's risky, and it's interesting, and it's unique, and I believe that deserves to be rewarded. I'm currently on 82, but I'm happy to come up to silver distinction with you, Tony.
Thanks, Mel. back to you, Tony, to wrap
Look,
things
I
up.
just want you to realise the craftsmanship that's gone into this, in this category. And I think it's really important to recognise that. And if I can make it a little bit clearer just by one more point, look at the left shot. You've got the groom, 3 become 1. 3 become 1. And we see that in the final shot.
All right, judges, thank you very much. Can you please rescore the image in front of us? Started on 80. And that is a silver with distinction, 85. Good chat. Can we have the next print, please? All right, thank you, judges. Print has a score of 72. That is a professional standard. I would like, Catherine's got a comment for the photographer.
I love all the photographs in this image. The way she's just really surrounded by family. It's obviously really important to this bride. So there's a lovely narrative there. She looks joyous, coming straight down to towards the photographer. She just needs a lot more light on her face. She's really getting lost in the shadow there. It's a professional standard image, but I think, she's just a bit lost.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 80 and a challenge from Joe.
To me, this is everything a wedding photo should be. It is the story of this mum who has waited what looks like practically forever for her daughter to get married, to the point that dad may or not even be around anymore. There is so much love between them. The detail of the dress is beautiful. Yes, I see the tree coming out the back of her head, but it's clearly a hug shot, in which the photographer doesn't necessarily have any say in where people are being posed. There's just so much love in this photo, and I can imagine that this photo will live with this woman forever as one of her most precious possessions. I think it's definitely deserving of a silver distinction.
What was your score, Joe?
85.
Great. Can we hear from Tony S. at the lower end?
I've gone with 76. I'm happy to reward it for a bronze. I see the moment as being genuine, but I don't see the emotion dripping from it. Other than eyes shut, I almost see that it's quite void of emotion. I'm not saying it with the power to reward it in the higher areas that I think we need to have that message.
Catherine?
I gave this a 78. We do see a lot of emotions at weddings. They're emotional times, and I think the photographer has done a lovely job of capturing this. The black and white's a great choice. It's been beautifully printed. I wasn't seeing much emotion in the bride's face, but I'm happy to come to silver because I'm actually seeing it in her hand and the resulting wrinkles on her mum's back as she's pushing that hand up. So yeah, low silver for me, but I'm struggling to see what really else the photographer has brought to this to bring it to silver distinction.
Okay, I think it's Johan. Did you have something additional?
I'll leave it. That's good.
Back to you then, Joe.
I see an almost intake of breath on the bride. She's just so held, like she's holding all her feelings together. And I agree, you can see the feeling in the way her fingers have bunched up her mum, and her mum is just pressed right in there. And I think you can read lovely stories into the fact that this is an older bride with an older mum, and maybe she's waited this long to see her daughter get married. Yeah, I definitely feel like it's worthy of a silver distinction, guys.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore this photograph and we'll see where we get to. We have an 81. That's a silver award. Can we have the next print, please? We got a score, Johan?
Oh, sorry, did I not enter that? Sorry.
Thank you very much. That print scores 72, a professional standard. Mel's got a bit of feedback for us.
I just want to say, watch your skin tones. The groom in particular is orange, and paper choice, the texture is distracting.
Thanks very much. Can we have the next print, please? Sorry. Thank you. Print scores 72 as a professional standard. I'd like to hear a little bit of feedback. Tony Stewart, sure.
Look, I love the comedy and the frivolity that we've had introduced here. There is, however, quite a significant halo that you can see, particularly around the groom. And I think just watching those technical things may just serve to help in future.
Thank you, Tony. I'm going to go a blank screen, please. How are we all doing? We good? Just because Joe got a slightly unorthodox set of constraints, I'm going to get our two judges who went off earlier to pop back on. Tony for Catherine and Catherine for Tony, maybe?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, swapping in Tony's and Catherine's.
What? Tony and Catherine off, Tony and Catherine on.
Do-si-do.
Just mixing your places around in the zone. Everybody good? Everybody's good. Can we please have the next print? Thank you, judges. That print scores a 75, which is a bronze award. Yeah, let's clap for that. Tony Carter, bit of feedback.
Yeah, I love the graphic nature of this, but think about the message. Heading into darkness on your wedding day.
Thank you, Tony. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Print scores 75. Bronze award. And I would like some feedback. Elle, you're looking at me sheepishly. I can't tell if you don't want me to pick you or if you do want me to pick you.
If you want to pick me, I will say something.
That sounds like...
I'll talk then.
Okay. Tony, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's quite delightful and full framed. I just watch your colour balance.
Thanks very much. Just a note, judges, our helpful student Adele is in the corner there. She's not going to be around for much longer. If you guys need anything, do you need any water?
Is there any coffee to be had?
I reckon Adele could probably find you a coffee.
I'll bring 2 thermoses next tomorrow.
Okay, it's all right. I don't want
And
instant.
I'll put milk and sugar in one of them.
You don't want anything else? Anyone? Water? No? Water, yes.
I think there's only instantly.
Once the conversation's finished, we'll make sure she got that message. Some water for these guys too.
Could we have 2 waters? 1, 2.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just to let you know, there's murmurings about dinner being on the way. Great. If everyone's happy to proceed, can we have the next print, please? Okay, print scores an initial 83. It's a silver. Can I please have a comment from Johan Shaw?
Sure.
Quick off the mark.
Great use of a diagonal. A little bit more, because the photographer had the ability to place the subjects maybe away from the gap in the decking would have been quite helpful.
Great. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Okay, we have an initial score of 81. Tony Carter's going to challenge that.
Yeah, I'm on 88. I spent a lot of time, like we all did, having a look there, and you're sort of struggling to look through it. And I think that's probably its beauty, its murk, and it's just surreal nature. I enjoy how the bride and groom is sort of through that centre zone with the water coming down, and just all the elements there are quite beautiful, but in a gloomy way. And it's not something that I've really seen presented in this sort of way before, in this sort of category.
Okay. Johan is decidedly not there. What have you got to say for yourself?
Right. There are a couple of things, actually a few. It's kind of soft and murky, and you've said that, but that's why I don't like it. I really feel it's printed on the wrong paper. It needs a bit more punch, I believe. And I wasn't convinced by the bride's arm across the groom. And that sort of took away from the sense of romance or excitement or they're in love. It just didn't feel like the control was all there. So I've given it a 73, but I'm very happy to listen to some arguments about it. Yeah.
Mel, you were close to the initial average there.
I gave it 82. I'm happy to come up because it is a risk. I really don't know what's going on, and we all looked at it trying to figure it out, and that's great to see, its originality. I also have an inkling that this may have been shot on a pinhole camera. It's got that sort of quality, or an old, an older camera rather than than digital. I don't know that for sure, but it does have that feeling, and it's quite a nice feeling. Yeah.
Very good. Catherine's got something additional.
Just on the paper choice, I really feel quite strong. I gave this 83. I feel quite strongly the paper choice suits us very well. It's quite soft, and there's so much movement through the foreground, and then there's a very shallow band of focus, and then softness through the back. So have anything gutsier would just fight what we're being presented with.
Thanks, Catherine. Tony, it's back to you.
Yeah, so I think it's held our attention for quite a long time, mainly for the right reasons, and just addressing that woman with the strong arm, Johan. It's not, there's a lot of women on this panel. Yeah.
Strong arms.
Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, it's it says something about her, doesn't it? So, if you can come up with me, that would be nice, but if not, do your best.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore the image. Initially sitting on 81. Tony's looking for silver with distinction. When Johan sits down, we'll find out if he's got it.
Can I find out their scores now?
No, absolutely not. No peeking. It's an 85, silver with distinction. Great chat, team. Can we have the next and final print, please, before we transition to the digital part of the judging? Thank you, judges.
Three-fingered swipe.
Okay, the print score's 79. Johan looked like he was rehearsing his speech before he even sat down.
Okay. Really, we're deciding whether it's bronze or silver. I was confused when I looked at this image a lot. I was very confused, and I still am very confused by it. And there's some rather not necessarily attractive elements in there that would make you perhaps vote something like a bronze. But for me, the Easter egg is that happy face right in the middle. And just on that, I'm happy for it to have a silver. Yeah, talk me down, dear you.
All right, Catherine Williams, that might be your job.
Oh, sorry, nothing personal.
I did give it a bronze. I did find the shapes that are created in the bodies quite unattractive and unappealing. And that was what my eye is gravitating more towards alongside of the object on the right-hand side, which looks like a mattress to me. I just don't know what that is on the right-hand side. I do appreciate the repetition of shapes and the contrast, and the print quality's also nice, which is why I put it into an award.
Thank you. Mel or Joe, would one of you like to? Mel? Mel gave a nod first.
Just to answer your question, Catherine, they're in a barn. It's a bale of hay, and I believe I would read that these guys are farmers. I scored this 78, but happy to come up. The cheeky smile really got me as well.
Thank you, Mel. I think it's back to Johan.
Given what you've just said, maybe even the client would be a bit confused by this image, but I think we should reward the photographer for their creativity and their bravery, actually, in putting it in, because there's those little things, little vignettes of different moments between the getting kissed but not doing the kiss, that makes it so happy, actually. It's great. I've given it an 83. We really just need to get it off 79.
Thanks, judges. Let's see if we can. Yes. That is an 81, silver. And that is the final print entry, so now we're going to do the little changeover. You can spin the spinny thing. I think the wonderful print handlers, when you're finished there, are going to take off, and we're going to do the changeover. Print handlers, come and show us your strong print handling arms.
Also, in the break, there is sushi and Subway in the green room, so if you want to go load up.
Yeah, you can do that right now. Everyone give the print handlers a quick round of applause for a wonderful day's print handling before we do. Thanks, team.
Go load up, come back. Thank you.
We gave you a clap. Won't make you parade before us.
Sorry. I need to go eat.
Do we need to get a random box in case the random is?
I was hoping that was going to score a wee bit better, but you know.
Alright guys, now's our chance, let's just judge them.
It's still live. The mic.
True, really lovely.
And fast.
For the purposes of those people at home, that was a joke.
That says creative on there. Is that a issue for us?
That's an issue for us, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for caring.
Am I on still, or
You are still on, yeah.
Good.
I believe.
I'll sit down?
Sorry, I've lost track of who came on when a little bit. Yeah, Johan, you've been on for less time, so Mel will take the break. Something's gone weird.
Oh, you got the big pointer.
For those of you on the live stream, just letting you know, we've fed our judges and we're gathering them up again, but in the meantime we're having a technical glitch with the print display computer.
You were supposed to fix that while we were away.
That means, I think did I just tell you could hop off the
No,
panel?
only just logged on.
Oh right, okay, then yeah, yeah, go pee, yeah, that's fine, but
All right then. Since you insist.
not right there.
Have a cup.
We're just having a technical issue.
Okay, sweet. I'll just be next door.
Okay.
If you go on the mic, I'll put you out.
Do you want to swap? You want to keep it, didn't you?
No, I could give it a go. It'd
Huh?
be nice to do it with somebody with your esteemed background and knowledge guiding my hand.
Give yourself a board.
I've never done the sharp end of this, so that'll be good.
Might have to do a bit of chatting for people at home on the live stream while we're waiting for the technical stuff to resolve.
I guess listening to us.
No, they're listening to us now. Listening to me chew this cupcake.
For those people listening at home, we're just in a transition stage between the print judging and the digital judging for the wedding in camera category at the 2021 Iris Awards. Sponsored by Nikon.
Memento Pro for this category.
Oh, I can do a better one if you want. Hey, you listeners out there.
I've just noticed that has also gone blank.
No, I've done that.
Have you?
Yeah, we'll have B
Oh,
for black.
brilliant.
Yes.
Oh.
I'm the new J. I'm the new Jace.
What's the difference between orange and red?
I don't know.
Is that
There's blue as well.
I think orange are judging but not conferencing. Red are conference attendees. And also blue.
which means your
Special.
yeah. What's the word underneath?
It's supposed to say Catabatic, which is my company name, but it's mistyped.
It's Johan.
Just Johan.
All round.
So if that's the live stream comes off that, is the live stream black at the moment as well?
Yeah. Focus what happens and make it black.
Yeah, because that's what we did.
Sure. Yeah. There's probably complaints.
Okay.
I don't know.
We've got audio going out anyway.
Yeah, they can run the conversation.
Yeah.
So that's fine. But yeah,
Hello.
usually if we leave it flat,
People's
someone will be
broken.
like, I think it's broken. Why I don't want to get the audio.
Right.
Just they're like, that's all stopped.
Should I check?
Oh, yeah, I do. Thank you.
So you'll forward that and that.
Yeah. I'm the right
You're
arrow
that-
presser.
Which one do you do first?
It's a big choice. It's a very complicated job.
Everybody.
We're going to have, who are we taking off? Mel's going off and Joe's going off. And bringing on Jessica and Dan. So, Jessica, sit down, please. JVK, sit down, please. Take your seat. Take your positions. And we'll see what we've got for a panel.
Tony C.
Tony C, you're supposed to be there, yeah.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't sure if you were moving things around.
Doesn't matter where I sit.
Mel's being switchy swooed, because Dan's hopping in.
Dan's hopping in.
Come on,
Because we haven't had Dan and Jess yet.
This is
Sit with me.
Do I have to?
That's great. Yes.
All the bed.
Welcome to the
That
panel.
one is
Dan.
not going to go away.
Yeah, I'm going to pull that one
Next
out.
time I fall over.
Actually, I've almost fell off my seat a couple of times. I sit
Okay.
down,
I'll do
It's real.
Anti-balance.
Okay, judges, are you all logged in, ready to go?
No.
No.
Deep breaths,
This
focus.
is way cooler than yours.
I know. Mine's bigger.
Your pad.
Size doesn't matter, mate.
No, you're right. I want
Tell
your
that to
orange.
Catherine Kadenak. Are we online?
Slow trades.
Um,
Oh, she's just come in too.
yeah, we on 21 or 22? It's not.
Slide 23 going into
26.
24.
Oh,
Okay,
no,
I'm there,
those,
I'm
those
there.
numbers are wrong.
Oh.
It's current slide. We're
alright,
on 21
yep.
and we're going to be judging 22
I'm with
momentarily.
you. Thank you.
Oh yeah, you should be looking at 22. Yeah, good. Okay, everybody ready?
Yep.
Over to you, Steve.
Okay, and we'll recommence judging with the first digital entry.
Just make the judges stand up before I press it. You know, so they don't get tempted to peer at the TV before they look at the actual thing. What I'll also do is keep track of it.
Okay, and we have an initial score of 80, which is silver, but we've got a challenge straight away from JVK.
Cool. This image deserves a little bit of dwelling on, even though it's particularly simple. The groom on the side holds the side of the image in and gives us something interesting looking into the centre. And then also looking in from the other side. It's just so beautifully handled. It's very strong graphic. It's unusual. I've seen reflection photographs, but I've never seen one like this before. That little bit of detail through the background is so gentle. It just feels like this groom is there for his partner in such a strong way.
And what was your score?
Oh, I gave it an 88. That's how strong it was.
And Jessica, would you like to talk at the other end of things?
Yeah, I'm down at 74, high professional practice. I didn't see the story. I see it's innovative and interesting. I'm listening.
Okay, Catherine.
I gave this 82. I am in support of this going higher. The graphic nature of it is really strong, and just the precision in which it's been framed, just really like the small details, the fact that it's, where his hair's coming in at the top and then the angles in, that just really makes sure that we see that profile. And just the unusual shape that's been created by the bouquet, which we're seeing the reflection against in that void, and the fact that that shape is just balanced by seeing the buttonhole on the groom on the right hand side. It's just got a really nice sense of balance and contrast to it.
Johannes, you've got the right reply.
So there's two different but very strong images of the groom. I'm glad you mentioned the buttonhole because it's on both sides and it takes prominence on the right-hand side particularly. And you can see in the way the groom is looking, the shadow groom is looking in, that there seems a really strong element of care, even though there's not a lot of information in there. And that is, dare I say, reflected in the other side. The more you look at it and the more you give your time to feel what's going on, the stronger the image becomes. I've given it 88. A silver distinction would be quite lovely, thanks.
Okay, judges, enter in your challenge score. And that was a good conversation. That's 86, a silver distinction. Okay, and the next image, please.
So, I'm doing the timer thing. We're doing a 35-second timer, which will go off to keep us on time.
Okay, that's an initial score of 80 with a majority of 3 for a silver. Is there anyone who would like to speak to this print? Tony, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just such an unusual angle, but you're just drawn into that hand, and that's the real strength and power of it, and the bride's outfit with the material, and then the person in the wheelchair's sleeve. I think it's just quite beautiful in a different angle, and well worthy of what it's got.
Thank you. And we'll have the next image. Okay, and that's come in with an initial score of 75, which is a bronze. And we're happy. Jess, did you want? Yeah,
I'll
you,
talk about it.
you can talk to it. That would be great. Thank you.
I scored this as 78. I just love the reflection of the Tom Cruise-esque guy that peeks out. I think that was really well seen. And the line of lights, just watch your highlights on her dress.
So that's a bronze award. And next image, please. And that is 75, good solid bronze. And that everyone's happy with that. Thank you. Anyone like to speak? Catherine.
A well-seen opportunity here that I feel could have been further developed by clearing the space behind the couple, having a little bit more connection between the couple with his arm being around her. And also the shortening of his legs, I am struggling a little bit with, well, obviously, and her legs as well, but it's more emphasised on his legs.
Thank you. Next image, please. And that's 76, bronze. We're happy with that. I think we'll take a comment from Johannes.
It was quite fun seeing the bridesmaids laughing at the groom for his preciousness. Something that couldn't have been changed, so it's a shame. But that log there is like a big full stop. And so for that image in that position, it was just an unfortunate thing.
Thank you. And next image, please. Right, and that's 75 with majority of 3. That's a bronze. Dan, you'd like to speak to this?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I love the comedy factor in there. I think it's brilliant, but just watch the skin tones on there, I think.
Thank you. Next image. It's come in at 77 for a bronze. Now, is there anybody wants to? There is one possible elective challenge.
Yeah, I'll have
Yep,
a bit
Dan?
of a play with it, if that's all right. Cool.
Yep.
I just think we got a very, very lucky grab here. And if we tried to do this another 100 times, you wouldn't be able to get the veil in that position again. Just to be able to block out everyone else, and we all know that the wedding is about the bride. It's so, and she is the one that's in the middle of this. She's the one that's shining through. And to have that veil come up and just block off everyone else's eyes, so you're drawn straight to her, I think it should be awarded just a little bit more into a silver.
What did you give it?
80. But just in there.
Strong silver.
And Tony, would you like to reply to that, please?
Yeah, I'm on 73. I'll come up a wee bit, but yeah, I suppose it's all about the expression on the bride's face, but everything just sort of seemed to be a little bit lackluster to me. But I'm listening.
Yep.
Yeah, I gave it a 75. I'm happy for it to be a bronze. I actually would have liked to have seen it in black and white, because I find the colours quite distracting.
Jess, did you want to talk as well?
Yeah, lackluster. These photos are always lackluster. But the veil gives it something really spectacular. I gave this a 78 in a bronze. I don't mind sneaking it over to the silver range because I think this is really well timed. It can be quite off-putting when the veil starts flying from personal experience, and so for the photographer to have the foresight to keep shooting, I think we should reward that.
Ditto to what Jessica said. Come on up to a silver, guys.
Okay, and please enter your new score. Good chatting, and that is 80 in silver. Well done. I'm sure the author appreciated that conversation. Let's have the next print, please. Next image. Okay, that's come in at 75 for a bronze. Thank you. Anyone? Jess?
I'm happy to talk about that. Yeah, gorgeous bride, well seen location. Love the harsh shadows on the chair, maybe not as much on her face.
Thank you. And next image, please.
That beeps for you guys.
Right, so this is coming at 86, which is silver distinction, and straight away there is a challenge from Johannes.
Yeah, this is such a outstanding portrait of a grandmother. You're slowly introduced to her, then you get the excitement, you get the passion, you get the energy, and then you get the pride. Very beautiful use of the colour red, elements of geometry that come in there. I really love the little kid in the foreground at the beginning, waiting. And then here it happens, and here we are presented with this beautiful photograph of the grandmother.
And
I gave it 93.
Right, thank you. I think we'll go to the other end of the spectrum with Tony.
I scored it the lowest because I wanted to speak second.
Well, it worked.
That's valid, isn't it? No, I missed this. I must admit, the top image in the middle, super grand. I always thought she was just a bit of a blur there, really. But I can see the relationship in this now, and just that it's sort of quite flatly worked, but the images. But I think there is something quite spectacular here, quietly. So. Yeah, so I'm glad I got to speak second, and I'll be coming well up with my score.
And Catherine.
I'm not saying. 78.
All right, I scored this 92, and I actually feel now that I've been a little bit on the... I should have gone higher. Just in terms of the expression and the story, the little boy in the first frame who brings that first little element of red into it, he is looking at his role models here also, and he's a delight in himself. And then as you go through the story, you know, you see this favourite, I'm assuming favourite grandson getting married, and just the connection that he has, that he's just delighting at seeing his Nana there, and she is just like radiant, isn't she? She just pops out in front of everyone else. It's just through, I mean, the colour's fantastic, but her personality is just wild. And then in frame number 5, with her arms outstretched, and we see another youth figure framed in her arms, just looking out at, you know, more role models of looking out to their family. And then you kind of delight as the arms are led through to the favourite grandson again, who's probably more excited to see his Nana than he is to get married. And it's, it just, every single frame adds more to the story.
Lovely. And Jess, you want to have a chat?
Oh, if they would like to adopt out their Nana, could I have her, please? I think this shows, I scored it an 81, I was a bit stingy. I think it shows real maturity on the wedding photographer's perspective, in that sometimes it can be all about the bride and groom, but this photographer has seen more of the story. Yes, the photographer has captured the bride and groom, but also the importance of family around, and it's really beautiful. I think one of the reasons I didn't go higher was I didn't quite see how the first image fit the narrative.
Wonderful. And the right of reply?
Excellent. I don't think I actually need to say any more. I think everybody understands what we're talking about. I think everybody can see that it's a really good set of images. I will say that once somebody told me when I was starting to be a photographer, they said, if you want to make a great photograph, make sure that 10% of the image is red. Perfect.
Nice. Okay, please enter your challenge scores. And congratulations, that's 92, a gold. Well done. Okay, move on to the next image, please. Ron? Yep, Tony. It's okay.
Oh, sorry, I might have got to. Old habits.
Okay, and that's come in at 79, which is a very strong bronze. Bronze. Is there any way you would like to?
We both want to.
Okay, Jess, you go.
Yeah?
Yep.
All right, I'll take it. What a great, perfectly timed image. Thank you for this granddaughter who's done this thing, because I will never understand why we Kiwis put all of our oldies in the bright sunlight during a wedding. So I really appreciate the fact that she did that, and she took the campfire lighting by doing it. I thought that was great. I just think it's such a well-seen image. I scored it at 84, and the connection between the Nana and, I assume it's the grandchild. It might not be, obviously, but I might be reading too much into it. I love it.
Okay. And write a reply to...
No. Does anybody, who's doing the data on it? Tony?
yeah, so yeah, it is. Catherine?
I scored at 71. I didn't probably see quite such a exciting moment here. Skin tones are quite red, and there's the highlights just in terms of what we're seeing in the detail on the woman who's standing her face. Just a lot of loss of detail there.
Johannes?
10% red? No, just kidding. What I loved about this image was the layers of care. The woman holding the cloth over the older gentleman's head, care there. The person behind her is caring for her. It's like a train. It's quite lovely. The interaction between the older woman and the woman holding the cloth is good communication. It makes a triangle of events. It's almost like the guy with the sunglasses is oblivious to the fact that he's being looked after. And then there's this little sparkle that comes off the glasses on top of the woman with the cloth, and it's like a little Easter egg. It's like, whoa! It could almost be an American sort of tooth sparkle. It's great, and the tension caused by this guy on the edge who's looking out and doesn't really care. I love it. I gave it an 84. We're on 79. We just need to creep it up over there, otherwise we're just going to have to come back.
Okay, Dan, did you want to comment?
Yeah, I've actually, I am going to come up because I've just noticed as Johan was chatting there, the grandmother's earring is in mid-swing, so that means that photographers caught that glance very, very quickly. They wouldn't have been there for a while, so if her head's obviously just turned to get up to that, grab that glance, and that's what makes the image, so I'm going to come into a silver with you guys.
Okay, great, and let's, Jess, you had a right of...
Yep. No, everything that's been said, just exceptionally timed, beautiful.
Okay, and let's enter your challenge scores, please. Good chatting across the board. We're up to 81, which is a silver. Just before we move to the next image, just a reminder to keep your comments succinct. We're running about an hour behind, especially on the comments on the prints that are not being under debate. Okay, thank you. Right, next image, please. Okay, and that's 75 bronze. Congratulations. And is there anybody who would specifically like to talk to this one? Jess?
I'm happy. Promise I'll keep it brief. Yeah, gorgeous girl, nicely seen. I'm confused by what's on in front of her head.
Okay, thank you.
Oh.
And next image,
I
please.
thought it was petals being thrown.
That image scores 76, which is a bronze. Congratulations. And could I have a comment from Catherine, please?
Nicely seen moment of what goes on with the rest of weddings, nice and rich in the colour. Possibly maybe just a little bit too much space up the top and to the left.
And thank you. Next image, please. That's come in at 73, which is professional standard. And could we have a comment from Tony on this, please?
Yeah, I like how it's framed, but the movement is not really adding the right sort of energy to this image when everything else is very in focus.
Okay, thank you. And next image. Goodness. So we've got an 84 silver and with a challenge by Johannes straight away there. What's your score there, Johannes?
Oh, just a little 97. How original, how stunning, what a fantastic colour palette. How powerful in terms of the composition. I'm at a loss to try and have to explain this because it's just unique, creative. Hang on, where's the thing? It is exceptional vision. So this was pre-planned, predetermined, and established, and the photographer has crafted this very skillfully. Creativity, innovation, exceptional visual communication and interpretation. The degree of difficulty is way up there. High level of original thought, concept, invokes a superior emotional response, has an enduring quality, exceptional. Do I need to just read this whole thing out? It's all there. I gave it a 97.
Indeed, and challenging that is Catherine.
I gave this 73. The sky is very appealing, and as is the rich colours. It feels really disjointed to me, and it's kind of it wants to be symmetrical, but it's not quite symmetrical, but it's not quite asymmetrical enough either. That it makes me feel like those shapes are more a mistake, and it hasn't quite come across. And then the light bleeding onto the path is quite distracting and draws me away from the couple. And then the embrace itself, it's just very, very static and leaves me feeling a little bit empty.
Thank you. And Tony, would you like to talk?
Yeah. I think it's very cheesy, static, and I scored it 92. So I think it's just real Hollywood, and it is a bit different, and it's just got such a balance to it. It's quirky. I like that blue light behind them, and I also like the two pieces either side of the bride and groom. We can see, into that darkness before it goes into the light and back up into the dark. Yeah, so I think in this category, this is quite fine.
Okay. Jess, you'd like to?
Yeah, I mean, if someone's trying to talk it up into a gold, I really need to be emotionally moved, and I feel like that's what's lacking.
Okay. Right. And Dan, did you want to?
I'm just wondering if Johann's starting to see a bit too much red. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. And Johannes?
Right. Oh, that's the one. The imbalance of the colours either side is organic, and it takes it away from being just a design. The contrasting colours of the blue and the orange are quite striking and quite powerful. The need for emotion in every photograph is sometimes overspoken. I feel that in this instance, the bride and groom are elements within a greater image, and that's where I'm going to leave it. I gave it a 97. Yeah, see what you can do.
Okay, please re-enter your scores. And that chat has moved it up to silver distinction with 87. Congratulations. We'll have a swap out of some judges now. So we're going to swap out the two Tonys and the two Catherines again, please.
Two Tonys.
No? Oh, I see. For each other. It's a game.
Who's calling the shots now?
Trying to work that out.
Yep.
Catherine, are you good? You're good, Catherine?
Yep, I'm good.
Okay, great. And we'll have the next image, please. And that's very tight scoring, 74 for professional standard. Thank you. Right, is there anybody who'd like to speak to this photograph for us, please? And Catherine.
Lovely moment, nice little storytelling with the kids sort of fighting for attention there. It is a little cluttered. I quite like the dog looking at that. A wee bit cluttered, maybe if it also been a wee bit symmetrical. But it's a high professional standard. Well caught, nice moment, just not award worthy.
Thank you. Next image, please. It's come in very even scoring again, 75 for a bronze. Well done. Comment from Johannes.
Good feeling between the couple, good range of, good handling of the tones. Maybe a bit of cropping, top and bottom might have just squeezed it in a bit better.
Thank you. And next image, please. Right, that's come in 75 for bronze, but there is a possibility Dan would like to speak to it.
Yeah, I've brought it into a silver there. It's just over the line at 81. I just particularly like the way that it's been handled. I really love the contrast that we don't see anything in the background. What we've got to remember is this is a wedding in camera, so you know what we're given is what we've got. So to be able to get rid of all of that distracting background there, and then just focus back down on this beautiful bride with this beautiful veil and dress just flowing out, and just the way that photographers handled it, I think it's well deserving of a silver.
And the other end, Johannes.
Right, I gave it a 70. I feel there's a bit of lack of control. Maybe it's just in the cropping. I feel the left-hand side could have been, was unnecessary, a little bit too tight. Needed to be tighter. I enjoyed the black background. I thought that was great, but I'm just trying to work out why I want to give it an award. And I love the detail through the dress and everything like that, but that's what you'd expect from a professional photographer. So give me something more that brings it up into a silver.
Okay, would someone in the middle like to talk? Yep, Catherine.
So I gave this a 75. I put it into the bronze range because I enjoy the interplay between the white and the black. And for me, that's all then about the negative space and the triangles. But I couldn't take it into silver because that is then broken for me by that horizontal bright line block of the from behind her from the veil over on the left. So I'm sort of struggling with that part.
Okay, and Dan, would you like to make final remarks?
No. I think it's quite a good balance between the black and the white. And the crop actually, you just wanted to go tighter on your crop there, Johan.
Get rid of the...
If we went any tighter, we'd be getting way too close to her hands there, and then we'd say we want a little bit more room around her hands.
Just one side, left-hand side.
Sorry, okay, yeah. I just particularly like the way that it's been handled there, so thanks, folks.
Okay, and please enter your challenge scores. Right, and that remains a bronze for 75. Well done. Next print, please. Image. Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Oh, thank you.
Wonderful, and that is 82, and that is a silver. Now, Johannes, can
Am I
you
the only one?
challenging?
Yeah. Okay, cool. I gave it an 88. I love the skill that the photographer has expressed in putting this all together. The fact that the back of the bride is up against a slightly darker background, so you see the tulle over the back of her dress just enough to get an impression that it's all crisp and clear. I love the way that what you see is sharp, even the grass that's around her just makes it even more organic, and they feel like more part of the environment they're in. I love the way the valley falls in. I think that the vignette created by the sun is just perfect. It holds them in the frame. I love the way that his legs are even glowing, because, you know, for some people this is quite a, well, let's call it a spiritual or an uplifting experience. And then just the tenderness in the hands and the distance in the gaze, but it's together. I think it's very well handled. Strong composition. I gave it an 88.
Thank you. And Dan, would you speak to the other end of things? Thanks.
I see a lovely couple standing on a ridge with the sun behind them. I didn't read into it as much as yourself there, Johan. I didn't see that. I think that the shadows have been very well handled. I do think that vignette that you've mentioned there might be just a tad heavy, just bringing them back in. I just didn't read into it as much as you did.
Okay, and Tony would like to have a chat?
I'd almost be with you, Johan, and I'd be tempted to go, if it wasn't for the fact, if you're going to do a silhouette, we need to see that bridal face with the character, which unfortunately I can't go there, not being able to read that with the same definition that we're picking in the groom.
Johannes, what would you like to finish with?
If that's all it's going to take, Tony, I can just see enough of her nose to know that she's looking at him. I'm very comfortable with it. I think it's a very strong and very graphic image. I've given it an 88. See what you can do.
Okay, and please rescore. Well, we moved it up one. Very good silver. Well done. The next image.
Thank you.
And that is a 75 for a very good bronze. Thank you. And Jess, could we have a comment from you, please?
End of the day, it's hard to get people to do what you've asked them to do at a wedding. And so kudos to the photographer for getting everybody behaving really well. Just would have liked to seen a bit more connection between the bride and groom, perhaps with the bride's hand up towards the groom.
Thank you. And next image. And that comes in at 80, which is a silver. Maybe a word from Johannes.
Actually, I really like this image. That's what it feels like when you kiss sometimes, you know, that explosion of petals. It's great. Did feel the angle was a little bit too low down. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And next image. This image comes in at 77, which is bronze. Are there any
Yeah, do you mind if I jump?
challenge?
Can I
You
bring
can, yep.
I think this is great. This is a great Kiwi wedding, and they've got to the point there of, hey, look, it's a horrible day, but we're going to enjoy this. We're going to still have a great day. The photographers have been able to stay out there in this horrible weather and capture this moment. The bridesmaid looking over going, hey, let's just enjoy this. Let's have a good day. I think the photographers handled it really well as well with the black and white image. Yeah, tell me what you think, guys.
Okay, and maybe a comment from Tony.
I was 73. I thought there was a good, solid professional capture from a photographer out there doing their job, which is great. I was left wondering the purpose of the rock and the trees, if we needed that as part of this image. I was left a little bit confused as to what they were adding.
Okay, and maybe a comment from Catherine as well.
Yes, I just squeaked this into the bronze range at 75 because it really did make me smile. There's a lot of humour, great moment caught. I felt like they'd come here to do their wedding photos though, and if the photographer had initially brought them forward from that busy background, this would have been an even stronger shot because there's so much going on there. They're getting a bit lost in the clutter.
Great. And Dan.
Cool, thanks, guys. I think that's what makes this image. The harshness of the rock and the tree, has a balance with the harshness of the weather. And the girls have gone, come on, let's just tuck in here for a moment, just get away from that really windy weather. And that just brings both of these elements together.
Right, please enter your challenge score. And that stays just where it is on 77, which is a solid bronze. And next image, please. This initial score is 83, which is silver, and I just want to know if we're all pretty much within cooey of each other, so there's no challenge required. Okay, so that's 83 silver. Right, and we'll have a word from Tony, please.
I was looking around for the other one. Look, I think it's a magic capture that has integrated creativity with technical, with lighting, the use of colour and the bokeh. I actually gave this a really good solid silver that I think is well deserved. So good all-round craftsmanship.
Great, thank you. And next image, please. And that is coming at 75, which is bronze. Well done. Could we have a word from Jess, please?
Yeah, love the light in this. I just look at posing arms a little more carefully.
Thank you. Now, before our next image, we're going to do a judge swap out. Johannes, thank you so much for your wonderful work there. We'll bring Joe back in.
We're back on track time-wise.
You're good.
No, so it works for you.
One more. No, okay.
Sorry, it's just might have locked here for a second. Just wait a moment. And yep, try now.
Maybe down the line. Okay. That's it. You got it now. There you go. And we're on 49 on the spreadsheet, darling.
Okay, and we're good to go. Next image, please. Right, so that's come in at 79, which is a bronze, but there's a challenge on the cards from Dan.
Thanks, guys. This is a fantastic image. I mean, we've got great amount of room around all the boys at the back there. Now, I'm just trying to think, getting the photographer's shoes there, and so what can we do different? And were we lining the boys up first? Were we getting the little boy in there? How did this all come about? I don't know, but the way that the photographers brought this together is really quite cool. You've got the young down the front, all the boys up the back in the old, and the colour palette on it is just absolutely beautiful. I came in at silver distinction with 87, so love to hear from you guys.
Right, and Tony, if you can talk to the other end.
Look, I may be a little bit tough on this. I was in at 73, so I thought it was a concept that was had merit. I think the fact you're having the younger fella there with the older fellas in behind. I think the photographers lacked a little bit of control on the situation where there was an opportunity where they're clearly going for a symmetrical arrangement, but they haven't realised that with the placement. I'm guessing perhaps of the chap with the blazer in the background. There's a chap looking off to the side there. So I just feel it's an opportunity that hasn't been properly executed.
Okay, Jess, would you like?
I love the story in this. I think what's happened is that at this wedding they've discovered that everybody is dressed in similar tones and said, hey, let's get all of us in these tones up the front. The baby also has those tones. And he just wasn't having it. That's what I'm reading into it. I think it's really well seen by the photographer to grab that little guy doing that instead of going for the shot that they thought that they wanted. I was 78. I'm coming up to silver.
Right. And back to Dan.
Thanks for pointing that out, Tony. I'm not sure when was the last time you tried to organise 11 guys to get full control over those. That's where the control with that for me is, just trying to get all boys to do the same thing at the same time, close to impossible. The tones, thank you very much, Jess, for bringing that out, because the boys' shirts pretty much match the sky and their pants match the ground as well, so the whole tonal range just flows right through there. Here we go, come on up, guys.
Okay, and let's into your challenge scores. Well done, Dan. That moves it up to 81 for silver. And next print, please.
Can you accept the last?
It's spinning wheel of death. Just wait a moment. We're waiting for the computer to respond.
Also impatient.
Still waiting. Tom?
ID support?
I think so, yeah. Hold on. Oh no, it's yes. We're just having a couple of technical glitches here, dear listener.
So we could not find on this add-on. Error with the add-on file. Help. We're in trouble. Can we have some assistance? Can you find us an IT,
Tom, we
an
need
IT person?
IT support.
Paul, maybe even. Paul probably already knows. Well, I'm guessing he's on the other end of it, but I just got to make sure. Paul seems to already know most things. I could try exiting.
Accept it again. Just try accepting again. Might come through. Just try accepting again. I might just haven't got you at the time and timed out.
Get out of there and then we refresh it. It will be alright, but that's what I was going to say anyway.
It's worked.
Oh, hey!
Yep. Please enter your scores. Right, that's come in for at 80 points for a silver. Well done. Tight scoring on that. Well done. Next image.
Comment?
Oh, comment, sorry, yeah. We'll have a comment from you, Joe, since you're volunteering.
I absolutely love the top half of this photo. I think the look between the couple is gorgeous. The background is gorgeous. I don't know that it has been added to with the reflections because they're quite stumpy and not so attractive and loving and beautiful as the top half.
Thank you. And next image. I'm good. Very good. And that comes in very consistent scoring for 80, and that is silver. Well done. Comment from Dan.
I think it's an outstanding landscape. I think it's fantastic. All I want to do is just run down and fix that dress, just to pull it over the rock a little bit more. And I think we're going a little bit higher.
Excellent. And next image. Right, and this one's come in at 78, which is a good bronze, but there is possibility of Joe has a challenge.
If this was my wedding and that's my sister who'd come and given me that hug when I'm having that really little teary moment, perhaps just after she's just stood up and said something really beautiful about me, this would be a photo I'd treasure forever. I mean, I know we get excited about the big glamorous scenes, but these are the little moments. These are the ones I feel like have real longevity for families. The black and white's been beautifully handled. The photographer's in exactly the right place. You've got this lovely little story of her child and her husband on the side supporting her, and perhaps her other sister and best friend on the other side supporting her. I think this is just glorious.
Right, and Jess, would you like to answer that?
You're absolutely right. I scored it a 74. Very high professional standard. I think it's beautifully captured. However, I can't see either of their faces as well as I would like to. I tend to think that the moment was right before or right after this, but I wasn't there, so I can't necessarily speak to that. But I think they would have given each other a look right before this happened.
Okay, anyone else like to comment on that? Joe, back to Joe.
I don't want to see anything more than what I can see, because she is so overwhelmed by emotion she's buried herself in her sister or her best friend. She doesn't want her face seen because she is just feeling something so strongly.
Right, let's enter your challenge scores. Moved it up 1 point to 79 for a bronze. And that's, you accept that?
We have to review that.
So we'll have to review that because we're on 79. So in the image review area, please enter either 79 or 80 for a silver. Good work, and we've made that a silver. 80 points. Well done. And we'll do that next time. And next image. So we're going to do
Catherine's been on less long. Sorry, Jessica's been on less long, but Catherine's judged more overall. If that makes sense. Because Jess had that big run to start off. So one of us gets rid of it.
And the initial score is 79 for a bronze. Now we do have possible challenge from Dan.
Cool, thank you. I want to bring this into a cheeky silver. I actually went quite a high silver with 84, just because the photographer has just handled this really, really well. And I don't know if anyone else noticed, but the petal just falling into or on the side of the bride's mouth, and I'm guessing that's why the photographer's put this in, just because it's got that point of difference, and to be in there at that moment to capture that one, I think it's just proved absolutely beautiful, and it's got that little comedy factor in there as well, which is quite cool.
Okay, and Tony.
It seems a bit of a theme with what I'm doing here. Look, I gave it 74 because I think it's our job to capture this as working photographers, and I think the photographer's done a great job doing that. We've got a candid moment that is well captured for the same reason. Dan, to me it looks like it's a snot in the nose. I think it's an unfortunate placement that I think a framing of the two could do just a little bit more justice to this bride, and that's why I gave it what I did.
Okay. Anyone else like to talk to that? Yeah, Jess?
Yeah, just for a quick second. I love that nana. Can we just be in awe of that nana just in the crook of his arm there? I think that's just really well seen.
Okay, and Dan?
All right, so extra points for Nana. That brings us into a silver easy. Whether it's a petal or something, body fluid coming out, it still adds the comedy value to the image. I think it deserves a silver for that.
Right, let's enter your challenge score.
Oh, sorry. I was just enjoying the image.
Well done, and that's a good silver 80. Okay, we're just going to have a change in judges. If Catherine, you could step down. Thank you so much for your work. And Mel, you're up. You're good, Mel?
Yep.
Great, thank you. Next image. Right, this image is coming at 72, which is professional standard. We'll accept that. And maybe we'll take a comment from Dan.
Yeah, I from this distance, I wanted to give it an award just for that beard once again. But the shadows have just been pushed way too hard, and there's just way too much noise happening at the bottom of the frame there.
Thank you. And next image. Okay, that's initial score of 73, but there is quite a strong challenge coming from Dan.
Thanks, guys. I've gone back into silver again for this, purely for the comedy value. I don't know why they're there. I don't know how they got to this position, but this groom is having the time of his life. It's, obviously this is what he does for a living, possibly, and he's, well, hang on a second.
What is he doing?
That's how you inseminate a cow, generally.
Oh,
or something along those lines. That's what I believe anyway. But this groom has even put down his beer for this photo, so he's gone to the length, and you know the guys, the photographers handled all the shadows really well, and the highlights coming in through the windows. It's just a fun, good, centered capture.
Right, and at the other end of the spectrum, Mel.
I gave this a 65. I just don't think it belongs. It's not. It shouldn't be in an award. There's a whole lot of things wrong with the image. Technically, the mess in the front on the right, the highlights, the whole thing is just incredibly unflattering, insulting, and I don't believe it should be here.
Okay, and someone in the middle. Jess, would you like to talk to it?
I don't think
Not really in the middle, no. Sorry.
I gave it 68. I think that's too generous, because the only thing apparently that's good about this image is the humour, and I too didn't see the humour in it. I only see the faults in it, so you're going to have to...
Sure. And Tony? No. Okay. Right.
Looks like I'm sitting up on a ledge here. It really is the comedy value that I've seen. I mean, these are, to be honest, I think these would be good Southland people. And the brides, who's, oh, sorry. I don't know whose idea this was. Might have been the brides, might have been the grooms. If it's the brides, it's not insulting at all. They're all going along with this to have a good laugh. And for this family to do this, it's, you know, that's their way of life. It's not insulting to those guys. I just think the comedy value in this, it's something quite creative. Have we seen something like this in NZIP Awards before? I don't think so. I'm going for the creative and the imagination and the unseen award in this.
Okay, and please enter your challenge score. Okay, and that's at 72, which is a professional standard. Thank you. Next image. Okay, and the initial score is 77, which is bronze. Now, Dan, would you like to speak to this? Yep, there is a challenge.
Thank you. I'm put myself in the photographer's shoes here, and she, I don't know, is just stood in this position and gone, hang on, all those beautiful lines just line up perfectly. If I get the bride coming down this way and groom to stand here, I'm going to capture this beautiful image of the lovely balance. There's a beautiful connection. You can't see the groom's face, or it could be a groom, could be a brother, I'm not sure. But the connection between them, without even seeing his face, you can see he's smiling with a grin from ear to ear. You can see the wrinkles on the side there. And the tones through this is just fabulous. And once again, what an outstanding beard on that groom.
Okay. And maybe we'll have a comment from Joe, please.
I agree that this is a really cool spot. I just don't feel like they've utilised it very well. The light at the top is sort of messy. The groom is falling out of the frame. I think there was a better photo here and the opportunity's been missed.
Okay. Would anyone else like to comment? Okay, then back to Dan.
Thanks, Joe. I don't think we can move that light. If the photographer had moved themselves in any other position, higher or lower, we would have lost those lines and we would have lost the balance between the bride and the groom. That light is there. This is an in-camera capture, and to be able to line up all those elements in one deserves a good reward.
Okay, and please enter your challenge score. Right, and that moves up 1 point. Still a really good bronze, 78. Well done. And next image. Right, this has come in initial score of 81, which is silver. And Tony would like to challenge that.
I've gone an 86, and I think it's important to recognise what's happening here. Yeah, there's some flaws in this image. However, the photographer has managed to avoid the obvious, which is going into the church with the arrivals, and there's something very dear and precious that is happening. Now, the connection between the headstone and the man suggests there's somewhat of importance and family that's there, and I think there's a really rich narrative that you've got people coming together for a happy occasion, but for this man, there's a sad, a very deep sadness that's coming through in the occasion. And I think for a wedding, we often get to see the happy and the bubbly, and forget that for some people, say if it was his relative, his wife, that this is a deeply personal, he's torn between being happy and sad for the people. And I think there's a real rich sense of character study from a wedding as a documentary image here that I think it's important to recognise.
Right, and we'll have, say, Jess.
Yeah, why not? I wonder how old that stone is. It looks like it's before his generation. That being the case, it's more of a historic, back in the family kind of story. It's just a point to think about, maybe. That doesn't mean it's not important.
Mel, was that meaningful eye contact there? Can't see you.
Just quickly, I read it as of an age that this is a family church that this person's grown up in, and I would read that as his parents or a close member given the age, and it's just a lovely little story within the day of the wedding. I'm on 82, happy to come up.
Okay. And Dan, did you want to talk? Yep.
It's absolutely a wonderful image, and I did see the emotion there, and then I picked up on exactly what Jess was saying. Is this gentleman got a connection with this person here, or is he taking a break? I'm sorry, and just the lady who's running out of frame to the left here takes away that emotion of the image that were initially grabbed me at the start.
Okay, Tony.
Look, you may be right, and if it's generational, so be it. It doesn't have to be immediate to be personal. And his hand on that is genuine, his look, and there's a sadness there, and I don't believe that's resting, I don't believe that that's fake. Look, it might be a hard push to get into a higher range, but I just want you to acknowledge that and see what you can do for the fact that it's a powerful, emotive image, and I think that we need some recognition.
Okay, and rescore, please. And that moves it up a couple to 83, and that's a great silver. Thank you. All right, next image. Oh, that's really good, consistent scoring across the board for 75 for a bronze. Well done. Just going to have a judge swap out. If we can have Tony Carter, if you can come in for...
Do you guys want to comment?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that'd be great. Do you want to comment, Mel?
Yeah, beautiful control of the architectural elements, just well placed and controlled. Just watch your highlights. Sorry, not highlights, skin tone. So the tending into the oranges.
Okay, and we're just going to swap out Tony Carter. Come in for Dan, please. You good, Tony? Good to go?
Yeah, I think so, finally.
Okay, next print, please. Image. Excellent. That's come in at 78 for bronze. And we'll accept that. Thank you. Tony Carter would like to speak to that.
Yeah.
Either Tony.
I think the exposure is really well handled here. Maybe cropping in a bit closer to get the power going, but yeah, good overall professional image.
Great. Thanks, Tony. Sorry, Tony. Next image. Right, and that is very close scoring. It's coming at 78 and for bronze. We'll have a comment from Tony Carter again, please.
Yeah, I thought this was, really quite quirky, and just the balance of it was quite well handled in its cropping. Maybe just a bit more contrast would have added to this, but yeah, well done.
Thank you. And next image. Right, this has come in with an initial score of 82 for silver, and there is an elective challenge from Joe.
I think this is really glorious. They have taken these front elements, which I imagine they're lying amongst the weeds, and they've perfectly caught this couple between the little leaves, and the expressions on their face and the joy of the image is just beautiful. And then it's been handled really beautiful as well. Potentially the bride's dress could have been a little darker, but overall the feeling and the mood of this picture is just gorgeous, and it's quite an original way to capture a bridal couple.
Thank you. And Tony Carter?
Yeah, I'm on 75. I'll come up. I think the expressions are beautiful, but then the file management is very flat and dull, which doesn't match their expression. So that's sort of why I was sitting down there. But I'm down there by myself, I think, so I will come up.
Right. There's three in the middle. Like to talk? Either of you? No? Okay, so back to Joe.
Doesn't sound like I need to add more. It's definitely worth a silver distinction just on the basis of the look of love between these two and the originality of the capture.
Thank you. And let's enter the challenge scores. Oh, so close. That was 84 for a very solid silver. Well done. Now we're just going to have a bit of a swap around with the judges. Thank you very much, judges, for your hard work. I meant to thank Dan before he left as well. So we're swapping out Jessica for Catherine Williams and Tony Stewart for Johannes. Okay, judges are good to go. Next image, please. Right, the initial score is 77 for bronze, but there is a elective challenge from Johannes.
No.
Oh, my mistake. Okay, so we're accepting that 77 for bronze. Right, and can we have a comment, please, from Johannes?
Good. I like the cathedral feeling of this image. I kind of would have liked to have perhaps seen the reflection of the bride in the ground more. You see a small part of it there, but it would be nice to see a little bit more of that.
Okay, thank you. And next image. Wow, so we've come in with a score of 87, which is silver distinction, and there is a challenge from Johannes.
Good. You want to. It's a 94, easy. This cat is gingerly walking through the groomsman's feet, and then it gives you that look like, I dare you to do anything about it. I think the photographer's done a great job. I love the bias of the feet towards the right on the top image and then to the left on the bottom image. It's all about the cat. That middle photograph is so awesome. The tones are great, the control's great. The fact that you can't see what the groomsmen are doing is even more awesome. This cat's in control here, and that's what happens with cats, apparently.
Right, and could we have a chat from Mel, please?
I scored at 83 and I thought I was going to have to fight you guys to get it up there. This is awesome. I'm happy to come up. I feel we need a little bit more justification to come into gold, but absolutely silver distinction. Cats, what more can I say? They get in the way, they plant themselves there. He's decided he's going to be the centre of attention, and instead of shooing him away, the photographer's decided to embrace this, the awkwardness and the way he's sort of in the middle where he's like, oh no, I don't like you, I'm not going to put my foot on your foot, and walk past him. And then, stops, and you can almost imagine 2 seconds after this, the cat hisses at the photographer and then runs away. It's a marvellous little story, and I'm coming up.
Catherine?
I scored 88, and I am coming up. The only thing that had held me back initially was the bottom weight being quite heavy, but now I sort of reflect on that and I see the way that's really created a separation between the images, which is actually very, very necessary in this. The way the men's legs have been turned into objects is very cleverly done in this, and then the expression on the last photo is absolute gold. It's really fantastic, which just says, I've got this, I've got you guys.
Lovely. And Joe?
I scored this 85, and I have definitely underscored it, and I'm definitely coming up. This cat seriously disapproves of this marriage. It is not having a bar of it. And the brilliance of this photographer to be in the right place and see this evolution of this shot and be right down there in the cat's perspective, it would never have occurred to me to get down and photograph the cat at a wedding. I just think it's brilliant.
Johannes.
Actually, that's another point that I hadn't even thought about, that the photographer had the good sense to come down to the level of the cat. I think that needs to be rewarded as well. I gave it a measly little 94. See what else you guys can do.
Okay, let's rescore. Well done, that's 93 for gold. Right, on the back of that we might just have a little... No, we'll just carry on. Have a breather. We're going to move on to the next image. Right, okay. Oh no, I did too. How do you Oh, hold on, we just had a fat finger incident.
Not me.
No, me.
I'm back.
Oh, great, there we go. Right.
Oh, hang on, the score just disappeared.
So Tony Stewart, we're just waiting for your... Carter, sorry.
Done it.
You might have to do it one more time.
Great, thank you.
No, just pop out again. Boom.
Slippery sucker.
Let's try again. Great.
Oh, no. Shall I put it on a higher score or a lower score?
Yeah, but not on this round. Okay, let's...
Disapproves of the score, Tony.
Yeah.
I'll try a higher one.
Name score, please.
That's the problem.
That's that.
No.
No.
Didn't like that either.
Have you cancelled his previous
Do you have two sets of numbers on your computer? Try the other set if you do.
Did you definitely clear the, because you put it in the challenge score by accident first time?
No.
Because it came with the challenge.
Did I? I did.
Yeah, you put it in the challenge for the first round. So can you just make sure that challenge square is empty?
Yeah, it is. Yep.
Not doesn't even have a space in it.
Oh, maybe it's got a
Maybe
space
it's
in
got
it. I don't think so.
Can't see anything.
Can you select it?
Yeah, it did.
Delete
It's
it.
mates.
And delete.
Oh.
Try now. Go back to
Here we go.
No.
And you've used both set of numbers, right?
Try the other set if you haven't.
Stand by. Trying another thing. Now we've got continue. Okay, have a go now. And I will come and refresh yours if I need to.
No, it's gone again.
Maybe you need to take the image down or something, or do we need to do that? Or?
We should announce the score.
Refresh. Oh, you can't refresh yours.
Clean up in aisle 3.
Gone home. It's just us. Just twiddle everything.
Okay, for all you listeners out in listener land, we're just having a little IT glitch. Bear with us. We've gone to find somebody to help.
Broke it, Tony. All that energy.
We still got 80 images to go at 7.
Is it 7:30?
20 past. Yeah, 20 past.
He broke it. I blame Tony.
I think it's going really quick.
I suspect it's onto it, but I'll just check.
There's always one.
And this year it's
We
Tony
can't
Cup.
enter it in here.
Oh, telltale.
I wonder if we need to unlock it. Should we try unlocking it? See if it'll make a difference.
Oh,
Yes, you
yeah,
do.
potentially. Oh, no, hang on.
Yes,
But
you
that,
do.
that's locked to current round, but it's not.
Let's try that.
There you
Hey,
go.
Tony, just try it again.
Try again.
Oh,
Jesus.
I think that will let them put it in a different cell.
It's going to start giving you a little electric
She's
shock.
telling me off again. Haven't even done it yet.
Have we got IT?
It's here.
It's here.
No, that's
It's holding.
accepted. That's okay.
Oh,
That's
we
good.
solved it.
Yeah.
Holding.
Well done.
Work, Steve.
Okay, so the initial score is 81, which is silver. Well done. We'll accept that, and we'll take a comment from Tony, I think.
Oh, Mel was wanting to talk about it.
Oh, Mel
Yeah,
was?
I can talk
Sorry.
about it.
Yep,
Yeah.
Mel,
Well done to the photographer. This portrait of this couple is truly them. They are the goth king and queen, even down to the decision not to put catch lights or light in the eyes. It creates a feel of death or morbidity, which is a positive in this case. So well done.
okay, thank you. And we'll have the next image.
Was that quick enough? Was I talking too long?
I was very happy with that.
Was that?
Okay,
I
we're
just
on to
talked to you.
That was good.
We're working. Thanks, Paul. Make sure your tongue's pointing in the right direction when you put the score in, please, Tony.
It's going to be first.
It's good, Jace.
Beautiful. Poetry in motion.
Right, this is coming for 81, which is a silver. And we'll accept that. Thank you, judges.
Oh, sweet.
Catherine.
A great deal of humour in here. Each face is fantastic. Love the floating hand and the guy who looks like he's DJing while he's jumping, and the broken arm. Lots of cool stuff going on, and nicely separated, and yeah, nicely seen graphic.
Thank you. Next image. Right, so this is coming for an initial score of 79, which is a bronze, but there is a challenge from Johannes.
Okay, the worst thing we can do is leave it on 79. Agreed. I've given it an 89. And this is original, it's confusing, it's creative, it's got such strong graphics. We feel the man bracing there. It's a very strong, unusually well-seen image that the photographer has presented to us. It's better than a bronze.
Okay, and Catherine, can you reply to that, please?
I scored 72. I feel overall it's not all that successful compositionally, and it leaves me feeling extremely confused. The converging on the building, it feels really uncomfortable. The cropping right on the hands feels really uncomfortable, and the weight of the picture within at the bottom is just so bottom heavy. All of that said, I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving it at 79 either.
Okay, and anyone else like to chat? No? Okay, and back to Johannes.
I love that it's so challenging, and I love that we have to think about it to work out what's going on. And then we don't actually have to find a message or a secret thing in there. It's just a strange image. And it made us think and it made us talk. Let's get it over the line. I gave it an 89. I'd like you to come up to me, but see what you do.
And rescore. Great, and good challenge, and that's taken it up to silver for 81. We're just going to have a swap out of a judge, please. Thank you, Joe. Awesome work. And if we could bring in Catherine Kadenak, please. Okay, and we'll have the next image. Right, the initial score for this image is 76, which is a bronze, but we've got a challenge from Mel.
I scored this 83 silver. In all the chaos of a wedding, it's just this beautiful, lovely little moment between daughter and mother, or niece and auntie. A little bit of connection there. The niece has got her arm up. I'm going to get you. And auntie's like, come on, and loving it. They're surrounded by their friends and their family who are watching, and the chaos, and there's some movement and some blur behind, and they're just settled in the middle. It's well controlled, a lovely frame, good black and white conversion, and it just deserves to be recognised.
Thank you. And Johannes.
Right, I gave it a 68, mainly because I was very disappointed. This moment was a few seconds earlier when the flowers were in flight, the petals were in flight, that is when this photographer should have taken that photograph. Those people looking at her, there are two. There's one behind and there's one to the side. The boy and the male figure, they're looking off to the rest. And I'm not seeing a lot of other of the sightseers. The bride is printed quite heavy on her face, and I'm just sort of a little bit disappointed, but particularly for that loss of that special moment, the magic moment.
Okay, and Catherine?
Which one?
Oh, sorry, Catherine Kadenak.
I gave this 78 solid bronze, and I have to admit that until you pointed it out, I hadn't even noticed that there were no petals, because I feel like the moment is actually all still there. The guy in the back, I feel like you've got another little lovely connection between youth and the adults going on there as well. And then you've got this wee girl coming in for her turn on the left. I feel that the bride, the light here, she just looks so elegant. She looks beautiful. She looks really engaged. We don't see her eye. We see that gorgeous big grin. I'm going to come up to a low silver with you, Mel.
Okay. Was that Tony?
Tony,
Did you want to?
Just briefly, I gave it 78, and I'm really comfortable with it in bronze. In terms of the body positioning, it's almost like I wish they were flipped the other way, because there's so much obscuring of the face and the body and all the body languages against the photographer. So I'm kind of losing the essence of the feel of it. The feel of the interaction is being predominantly obscured. Even the flowers are obscuring it. I do recognise all the lovely light and the moments in the background, but the main element in there is kind of letting me down.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll come up into bronze, but I do feel like it feels like she's got a dagger in her hand, to be honest. That's what it feels like to me. It doesn't feel like, it's just not quite the right moment, but I'll come up into bronze.
Okay, and back to Mel.
Little girls can be violent sometimes. They do. They take things to the extreme. I read this as the moment before the last of the petals fell, and she's like just shaking it to get it out, just about to really flick it down. I feel that it's a documentary moment, so there will be things that you're not going to be able to fix the hair, but you've still, despite that, the photographers still managed to get the connection. They've gone. The bride has gone down to the level of the girl, which means that there is a strong connection there, and she values that child, and the photographer's gone with her to go down there. It's a beautifully caught moment and deserves a silver.
Okay, let's enter our challenge score. And that's good chatting. Has brought it up another couple of points. A very good bronze at 78. Well done. Next image. Right, and that's great scoring across the board, 82 for silver. And we'll accept that. Well done, 82. Mel, would you like to comment on this?
Yeah. just a great representation of a COVID wedding. Tells the story beautifully.
Thank you. And next image. Right, this has come in very, very tightly scored. 2 points amongst everybody. 72 for professional standard. We'll have a comment from Catherine, please. Catherine Cadnack.
I do think this is a high professional standard. This is a cool capture of an important moment on their wedding day. I think what's letting it down for me, I'm not seeing that much connection between the two of them apart from the hand, but also the wide angle I don't think is doing the bride any favours. Her arm looks really large in the foreground there.
Thank you. And next image. Right, the initial score is 84 for silver, and there is 2 challenges on the boil. It's really Mel gets first dibs, I think.
I scored this 92 gold. What an exquisite story of a father of the bride. It tells the story. Fathers of the bride do a lot of waiting around for their few moments to shine. It's just, you've got these beautiful, the whole thing has a lovely cohesive feel, the palette, little pops of red, the grey. It's so exquisitely caught and tells the story of the father so well. You've got him waiting, and he's hanging around with his granddaughter as they do this lovely little interaction between the two of them. Then he gets Aunt Beryl from Australia on the phone because she can't be here, and that's his job to make sure that she gets to see the bride. Then the pride in his eyes as he walks his daughter down the aisle, just bursting, and that bittersweet, sad little moment as he says goodbye to his daughter, followed by the speech that he's probably been planning since this girl was born. I just think it's beautifully caught and well seen, and yeah.
Thank you. And Catherine Cadnack.
I'm feeling quite grinchy down here on 74. I celebrate that the photographer has taken this perspective of the father, but I don't see any emotion in really any of these images. His face is fairly blank. I'm not getting the connection out of it. It's exquisitely handled, but then I get to that final frame, and he's lost in there. And we've got this great big thing on the person on the right there, the veil coming across. He's a tiny little figure in the back. The final image should be your strong sucker punch, and it really lets the series down. I'm listening to you guys. I've obviously seen more, but I really need some convincing.
And Catherine Williams.
Excuse me. I scored this 87, and I feel every image really adds to it, including the final image there. And there's some real subtle little moments in there when you get in that are real little gems, like the little girl looking at her locket, and then the little dog peeking around the corner. First you just see there's a leash, and then you realise there's a little dog peeking around the corner there. The expression of the mum, I think, adds to it, because she is kind of taking second place there. It leaves you a no doubt that this is about Dad. The bottom left, I feel that's perfectly timed in terms of expression and emotion and pride. And then that final image, at first I did think that is an odd choice, that last one. But then I realised that left me with no uncertain terms that this was about the Dad, and that amongst all of the crowd, you know, that it was showing this is about Dad. And it does it in a slightly more unusual way, with those hands coming through on the left-hand side with the veil still attached. And then it just kind of finishes off the edge nicely with the two out of focus figures on the top right and the bottom right frames.
Okay, Tony?
I'm on 82 and I'm staying there, and that's the fact that you just had to explain it in such a long-winded way says that it's not there instantly. So that to me is unsuccessful as a set of images. It should be a bit simpler, and there are some simple images in there, but then there is some clutter. And I agree with Catherine C that the last image should be the most powerful, but yet it's the weakest.
Okay, and did you want to say something as well, Johannes? No, okay, great, thank you. So Mel.
Cool. Okay. I think we've said enough. I just think that sometimes subtlety and that the fact that you have to go in and look at those images, it's nice to hunt rather than having it slap you in the face. And I just, yeah, score. It's okay.
Okay, let's add a challenge score. And that has moved it up 1 point to a silver distinction. Well done. Right, we're going to have a judge swap out now. We're going to send Tony back to have a break. Thank you, Tony.
Love you, Tony.
And Dan, if you can step back up to the plate, please. Great. We'll have the next image. Oh no! Oh no!
What? Hold on.
I'd already just pressed that. No, they can go and do their thing. We'll go back.
No, we can't.
Yeah.
No, we can.
You can look at the picture.
Can you?
Yeah. So previous image. Done by me. Reverse image acceptance.
Great. And if we have a problem, it's that unlock. Okay. Thank you. Hold on. Know exactly what's going on. Know what's going on. Now try it.
So that's a glitch in the matrix when you come back. These things.
Okay, that comes in with an initial score of 73, which is professional standard. Well done. Move along.
Ready?
And next image, please. Oh, sorry, comment. And we'll take a comment from Catherine, please. Catherine Williams this time. Sorry.
It is a capture all about the couple, and I feel just a slight move down would have seen a bit more expression, and it also could have taken out the people in the background. It's a little bit grey as well, so perhaps just working on the black and white.
Thank you. Next image. Right, this is coming at 79, which is bronze. Catherine, challenge on that, elective.
Yeah, at 79, it's so close. I scored at 82. Just for me, this was really about the production that weddings have become, and all these cables and everything. And this little girl under the chair, she knows that this is all just a production, and she's like, oh, I'm just going to look the other way. And there's just something about the humorous element of that, and the fact that you can't really see what's going on, but then you've got the picture underneath the seat that tells you what's happening.
Okay, and Johannes?
I gave it a 76 and I wasn't really paying attention. I'm sorry about that, because I was thinking in my head, I really want to see what's happening with the bride and groom, and there it was staring at me. And so thank you for the opportunity to talk about it and raise my score.
Right. And other Catherine. Catherine Cadnack.
Just really quickly, the production lines, the cables there taking you straight to the wee girl, that's pretty cool too.
Lovely. And Catherine Williams, would you like to close?
I think everyone's kind of said everything, and just the framing of the little girl under the seat also adds to it further.
Okay, and the challenge score. And that was well worth doing. 82 silver. Right. Okay, we're just going to have another swap out of some judges. Thank you, Catherine Cadnack. Thank you for your judging, and let's bring in Joe again. Okay, and next image. Right, this is coming at 75, which is a bronze, but Dan has a challenge.
Oh, thank you. I want to bring this into a silver. First of all, you get drawn in straight into this beautiful couple that has been handled absolutely beautiful. You dart around the rest of the image to see what's going on, and then you see their faithful dog in the corner just waiting to get back in and be a part of that action. So I think that's super cool to leave the dog in the frame, and it adds that extra element of cuteness and loveliness.
Thank you. Mel, would you like to answer that?
I honestly didn't see the dog in the first look. I see the story you're telling now. Happy to come up. I'm on 72. You need to talk to me a bit more before I'll come up to silver, but yeah.
Johannes?
The dog is definitely a fun element. I gave it a 73. I didn't really like the tree going into the back of the guy's head, and I felt if the photographer had moved very little, they could have been framed in that lovely clear space. So with a bit more thought, I don't know how fast they had to react because of the dog, but with potentially a little bit more thought in setting up the image in the first instance, it could have been quite wonderful. Could possibly go a bronze.
Okay, and back to Dan. Oh, Catherine, did you
No,
want to say?
go
Sorry,
Hans.
back to Dan.
I think you've nailed it there. The tree, to bring them back around into that other space. Yes, it's the tree coming out of the top of his head. That is one thing, but if you look down to the bottom, there are other elements that come into the dress as well. So it's not just it kind of adds to this moment. They're in the forest. It's not a perfect, clean studio image. It's an in-camera wedding shot. You grab the moment when you can, and like I said, how much time they got to have that dog in there. I think it's the dog that's made this image what it is to bring it up to a silver. I don't think they would have had another opportunity to have that dog positioned exactly where it is at an in-camera position.
Okay, please enter your challenge score. Okay, that's good chatting. Brought it up a couple of points to a solid bronze at 77. Well done. Next image. Right, this has come at 75 with majority of 3, so that's a bronze award. Thank you. Would anyone like to speak to this one? Okay, Joe.
Great moment between this couple. I think it would have been elevated by a black and white treatment. The grass is quite lurid and it is detracting us from the couple, and their skin tones aren't quite there. Also, the brightness of the ocean could have been brought down quite well with a black and white treatment.
Thank you. And we'll have the next print. Right, this image has come in at 75, which is bronze, and we'll accept that. Well done. Maybe we could have a comment from Johannes for this.
I really like the sense of balance and calm that I get out of this image. Just a little bit distracting on the right-hand side of the image, the stuff down the bottom, but I do think the photographer's I applaud the photographer for being thoughtful in their photography. Yes.
Thank you. And we'll move on, and next image, please. And that's come in at 74, which is professional standard. And we'll accept that. Comments from maybe Mel. We haven't heard from you for a while.
Yeah, interesting framing and nice incorporation of the fairy lights up the top. The skin tones, again, just watch your skin tones and your highlights.
Thank you. And next image. Okay, that is come in at 71, which is professional standard. I might grab a comment from Dan on this one.
I love the mix of the perfect wedding day with this and the reality of life just continues on. I just think it's just been a bit too heavy-handed on the editing side.
Right, thank you. And next image. Right, the initial score for this is 79, and that's a bronze. Now are you nodding to challenge or accept it? You're accepting. Okay, that's fine. Great, so that's accepted. Thank you.
Rescore anyway.
We do need to rescore, yeah.
Anyway.
So image score review, you need to put in 79 or 80. not in the challenge score, but in the image review score section.
Cancel that one.
So that, yep. And cancel, yep.
And just get rid of challenge score.
All right.
Where's the delete on this?
Oh, not that one again.
I've got an old computer. I can't find the delete button.
Backspace.
I got it. There it is.
Okay, good. Great. And that stays on 79, and that's a bronze. Well done. Wigan? Comments? Yep. Catherine?
A really, really beautiful scene. I just really wanted to tell the bride to relax a little bit more. Just, drop the dress and just let go of herself and enjoy the moment.
Great, thank you. We're just going to have a couple of changes with the judges, but before we do that, I think we'll just get up, have a drink. We've only got another 6 to judge. We'll come into those fresh for the last 6 for the home run with 2 other judges. So just 2 minutes, little break.
Where's our stupid judges? Who's on?
Leave them in suspense.
Sure. Absolutely. Why not?
Red segue. What's the change?
So Johannes for Tony Stewart and Jessica for Mel.
You have to make the challenges, goal challenges.
Yeah, why don't we stand up to
Let's bring it home, people.
Good. Thanks. That's good.
Well, you were on today as well, so.
No, I wasn't.
Oh, weren't you?
I was just.
I was judging family this week. That was very cool. First time I judged. Really enjoyed it. I love it.
Great.
It's quite.
It's pretty exciting. Really is very addictive. Good for you to. Works a muscle you don't have to make.
Okay, guys, let's get back into the last 6. Just a thank you to our sponsor, Memento Pro, who has brought the new. Yes.
I want you back.
The wedding in camera category to the Iris Awards this year.
Oh, yeah. Let's bring it home, guys. Let's bring it home.
Yeah.
Right, is everyone good to go?
Yep.
So good.
Great, right. Next image. Okay, and there was very tight scoring, 74 for professional standard. And we'll have a comment from Dan.
Beautifully handled, just very unfortunate positioning of his thumb, unfortunately.
Okay, and thanks for that. And next image. Well done, that's 76 for bronze. We'll accept that, well done. Might have a comment from Jess.
Yeah, well done to the photographer. This is a harsh lighting situation where you have no control over where people stand, and you stood in a really great place and got the expression that matters. Good job.
Thank you. And next image. Right, we've got an initial score of 78, which is bronze, and we'll okay, Catherine is challenging that.
Yeah, I just popped this into a low silver, 82, on the basis, just the tenderness and the beauty in her face and the triangle of light over her right eye, which just captures that, and then just the light coming down her lips, the lovely curls of the hair. What held me back from going further was the amount of bright light up on her chest area, and I'm just, but it's still, you know, the graphic elements still drew me and held me into her face.
Okay, and Jess.
What an exquisite bride. I scored the 78, so I'm happy to pop this up into a silver with you. I would like to have seen a little bit more of the groom to get more of an understanding of what he's feeling.
And Tony?
Look, I've gone bronze, and I do agree with the bride and the lighting on the face, and that little bit on the earring and the curl of the hair is exquisite. But the groom's not sharp. The only information we've got from the groom, he's not holding up.
Okay, and back to Catherine.
I truly don't think the groom needs to be sharp in this instance. I'm really focused on the beauty in her face and the tenderness of the moment, which comes through irrespective of sharpness. It is sharp where it needs to be sharp.
Right, let's add our challenge score. Well done. That's moved up to silver. One happy author out in authorland. Good job. 80. 81, sorry, my bad. Right. And next print. Okay, the initial score is 77, which is a bronze. And
I'm happy to challenge it.
Dan is going to take a challenge on that one.
I've brought this into a silver purely. We should be jumping for joy with this groom. I mean, look at the height this fella's getting. The photographer's just handled this beautifully, and the height that he's. I've already said that, so I'll say it again. The height that the groom is getting is fantastic. And he's also holding onto the bouquet as well. It's taken the pressure off the bride, and he's just having a time of his life. I'd love to hear what you guys think. Bring it down.
Okay, Catherine Williams.
I scored the 68. Yeah, he's a great jump, but I just don't feel like photographically there's really a lot added to it, and the dress is losing a lot of detail in there, and just kind of the connection between what's going on. The bride is really disconnected to this high jumping guy, so it doesn't sort of work cohesively. And then there's so much space up the top that, we're not kind of being held in there.
Jess, you want to talk?
I scored this as 78, so in between the two of you. I really enjoyed that jump as well. I just want to see the side of that bride's face or how she's feeling about it.
Okay, and back to Dan.
I think the space at the top, it needs to be there. He's jumping so high. I mean, if we brought it down any lower, just cram him in to a tight space. I think there's enough detail in that dress to tell the story, and the rest of it just flows beautifully.
Okay, and into your challenge scores, please. And brought it up 1 point to a very solid bronze. Well done.
Silver to the groom for the jump.
And the next image. Penultimate image. Okay, and that scores 75 for a bronze. Well done. Joe, would you like to speak to this one?
Yep, sure. I love the architecture of this photo, the leading lines, how we're brought into that star, which maybe is their starry, starry future. The couple themselves don't feel that sharp. They feel quite grainy and noisy. And I'm very intrigued by whatever the little green thing is. So if anyone knows what that is, please come and tell me later.
Thank you. And next image.
Screen?
I don't do it until you stand up, you see, because you have to judge that one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we're sitting on 89, which is silver distinction, and we have a challenge from Catherine.
I don't think I'm the only one. I scored this 92. What a beautiful study of the highs and lows of being the flower girl who's also the daughter of the bride and groom. There's so many emotions throughout this. It's beautifully storyboarded with enough separation between them to give each image its own space. It has less than 10% red, but I'm sure that's a key factor. The little playful entertainment image on the bottom left is really a delight to give us a little bit more sense of place as well. Just tells us a little bit more about these people and where they've chosen to get married. It sort of creates that childhood playfulness even further, and then Dad playing with his daughter there, and then that last photograph and that embrace and the pure joy of familyhood and the love heart that is created in that is just exquisite.
Right, and Tony Stewart, would you like to chat?
Look, I'm certainly on silver and listening very intently, and what I read from this is the same as Catherine, is reassurance, and I think it's a really strong concept coming through from first to last, and I think that serenity and peace from the last frame that the child has received is the sort of the saving grace of, look, it's going to be okay, and this union's going to be all right. I'm left thinking in that sequence and understanding images 4 and 5, the strength, how that relates in that concept. But I'm certainly listening further to what others say.
Jess?
What a lucky family to have chosen this photographer. These images are going to just be forever for them and mean so much. I scored at 86. I was stingy. I'm coming up.
Dan?
So, Joe, do you want to jump in?
Oh, okay, yeah. I have another interpretation of this. I have this as a blended family, and she is really unsure of what her place is going to be within this family as her mum marries this new man. And he's just her mum's reassured her, the man has let her know that she's still really important and that he's going to love her too. And at the end, you just get this lovely little, we're all one little family. I think it's really powerful. I scored at 88. I think I was probably a bit stoogey. I'm going to come up into gold.
Look, Joe's just done a meatloaf because she took the words right out of my mouth. It's exactly what I was going to say. You know, how cool would this be to finish the night on a gold, and this is the image to do it. Just telling the story of this little girl throughout the day. She's super scared at the start, right through to this loving embrace at the end there. It's a perfect way to tell the story, and this photographer has done it just so exquisitely.
I think we know what to do, but just image 4 and 5, that is what kids give back to us. So they're the entertainment, they're the fun. So, you know, it's just bringing the range of emotions through there that adds to it. And the way she's cuddling into the man on that last frame, I do think that he's the dad. But it's just so beautifully put together.
Okay, let's enter your challenge scores, please. Congratulations to the author. We have a very good gold at 92. Well, that's the end of this category. I want to thank the judges for doing a wonderful job, and to Memento Pro for sponsoring this category in the Iris Awards.